are some of the challenges. These slides are accessible. The reason I'm rushing is because I want to demonstrate. But before I go to demonstration, these are some of the metrics. Yeah, we were able to add 119 images of these libraries onto Commons. We were able to add 25 images of public libraries, and then 141 images of museums. This is the same for Wikidata, OpenStreetMap, and these are the partners we had for both the projects. How you can get engaged, this is how you can be involved with us. You can get in touch, and these are the links. So, in these remaining few minutes, let me show you. So this is the web map I created. These are public libraries. So you can be able to zoom to any of the places, and the layers are here, so you can expand any layer that you want to check out. For example, if you want maybe to come to a library like this, you just click on that zoom, and then they will take you to where that library is located. And then you can be able to read some of the information, like the challenges, the collection they have, and plus some images. These images are hosted on Commons, okay? So, if you want to navigate, the UMap itself is not having the navigation embedded within, but if you are aware that you can use OpenStreetMap to navigate to these places, using any OpenStreetMap navigation apps that are available on Play Store that are free of charge. So if we want maybe to navigate, I will sample out one library. That is in case I added it. I might not have added all of them, but here it is. So you click on it, okay? And then you're able to navigate here. Okay? So you add in your current location, maybe Nairobi. Let's try Nairobi. Okay? And then you get the route. Okay? So this applies to even the museums that I added here. I added some also on Google Maps, so you can still do the navigation. But if you don't find the place you want on Google Maps, then you can come to OpenStreetMap, because I added most of these here, okay? Yeah, so that is us, and if you need more, you can come and I show you the entire process on how to do this and replicate it in your respective GLAM activities. Thank you so much, and I welcome questions.
One second, before we take any questions, I would just like to also mention some of the success stories that we've got because of this map. So we've been able to share this map with our development partners, and they now, one, have a clear understanding of where the libraries are, what services they do. What he didn't mention is that when you tap at each library, because of the questionnaire, you're able to see all the different services they offer, and the contacts as well. You're able to see all that information. So this has helped, one, to expose these libraries to development partners. We already share this link with the partners and different people who would be interested in these libraries. So we have one of the partners of Community Libraries Association of Uganda is the Uganda Communications Commission. So this commission always gives computers to libraries, about 10 computers to each library. They've so far given 31 community libraries computers to enhance digital literacy in their communities. So through this map, they are able now to really see what these libraries are doing, how they are using these computers to enhance literacy in their communities. So it's a plus for Community Libraries Association of Uganda. Thank you for listening.
Any questions? Yes. Also, the map was embedded on the National Library's website. You'll be able to see the link in the slides, and Colau's website as well. So
I would like to know more about what challenges you faced on field while you were doing this work and how you overcame them, because that would lead us to many useful advices.
okay. One of the challenges we face in the field is that, anyway, the challenge that we would face, because I had some experience with the field, so I would anticipate some of the challenges that we would be able to face. One of the challenges would be these libraries would want you to prove that you are authentic. Yeah? So one of the ways to go about this is to, one, get a collaboration with the organization or the organ in charge of the libraries, and get a letter from them, okay? This would solve a lot of things because it answers some of the questions. When you reach a library, you first give them that letter. They read it through and then ask you something they've not understood. So it is very, very important to get authentication from the leading organization. Yes.
Another challenge we faced was that some of the contacts that we had from the previous list of the libraries were inactive or were deactivated. So you would call these libraries and you would not have, sometimes the staff would have left and they don't have any other contact for that library, the current contact. So it was a challenge to reach some of these areas. Yeah.
But how did you overcome that challenge?
So how we overcame that, what we did is previously, about 6 years back, there's an old list of libraries that was created. So what we would do, we would try to check it out on Google Maps and also contact the local area chairpersons to find out if they really know this place, does it exist, and they will help us with directions. Sometimes we would find the libraries closed, sometimes we would really find them there, and they would update our list.
So I'm Afandi from Indonesia. Wanted to ask about the project in the OSM, right? So how, do you cooperate with the government or any institution to get the data, I mean for the entry in the OSM? And then how do you encourage people to contribute more in this project? Thank you.
Like, remember that this data we are collecting, there is no government involved in it. So it is us collecting our data, and then we are free to share it with OpenStreetMap. So when I finish like creating the actual products of the project, then I'm free to upload this data on OpenStreetMap. Because when you're uploading on OpenStreetMap, they ask you for the source, but in this case, we don't have a source. It is actually, we've done a field visit. So we are sure of what we are sharing with the community. Yes. Yes. Also, when, for example, there are more like 4 libraries that we didn't visit, and they were collected of recent. I'm the one now in charge of updating the map. I did that intentionally because I wanted to keep, since it is embedded on other websites, we didn't want the interference maybe from the community or something like that. So when they collect that data, the form is open. So when you find a library that is not on the map, you can collect it. Then I check the form, I get it and add it to the map. Yes. He had a question, then him, and then him. Yes. Oh, time is up. But
yeah, I just have a quick question.
Yes.
How many of these libraries have digital catalogs, and how many of them are accessible via WorldCat?
So about 2 libraries have a digital public access. So that's our work as the Community Libraries Association of Uganda. We are going to do a capacity building exercise. So these are some of the findings we got, and it was a good thing for us to know what they have and what they don't have. So starting the rest of the year and next year, we are going to come up with capacity building and training and identify these gaps. We will collect from the lists that we had, identify these gaps and do this for them. With training and all, we shall do this for them. Yeah.
Our time.
I don't need much. What are the questions, library information that you gather per library?
Pardon?
Information that you collected per library. Please give us 1 or 2 examples of information that you collected.
All that information is on the map, but one of the key information would the collection or the services they provide. What are their targets? Is it for students or the entire community? We would get like their location, the village, the district. Those are key things. And then the GPS point. Very, very important. Yes. Our time is up.
Yes.
Okay, just you. Just her. Yes.
Thank you. Did you work with AFLIA or your local library association? Because in my country, in Senegal, it's difficult to get librarians without passing by the National Library Association.
Yeah, we as I mentioned, we worked directly with COLA, which is Community Libraries Association. So we would not go to any of the libraries without them. Yeah, so it is very, very important for you to have authorization from them. Yes. Thank you, everyone. I'll be around for any other questions. Yes, it's the GPS point, yes. Yes, yeah. That is okay. You can do that. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Okay. All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Zaking Peter Khan, and I'm a Nigerian. And I'll be sharing this morning very quickly about digitizing private collections, heritage collections to be precise. Very quickly, in a very short while, I'll be taking us through a journey, going through challenges we've encountered and how we've been able to, profess solutions and what we can do as a global community to see that licensing is not a problem for heritage archives or heritage works or heritage digital materials globally. All right, so I'll be talking about digitizing private heritage collections, ethical considerations, and licensing bottlenecks. And for my introduction, across the world, cultural archives remain in many private families, is in the hands of private custodians. As much as we have archives who have heritage materials in libraries, in national archives, and some of these public institutions, it is also important that we note that these archives and these materials are also in custody of private individuals who happen to be family members of the owners of these archives or who happen to be estate representatives, either colleagues who have worked with them in time past, And it's been interesting to know that some of these archives that are in these private custodies or these private collections are very, very, very important in shaping natural heritage or cultural heritage in a particular region. And it's mostly difficult to find. And when you eventually find them, it's challenging to get licensing. And in my work in the past 2 years, 3 years, which I've done with the Canadian Center for Architecture, we've encountered some of these challenges because we've been able to have access to about, I think, 4 private collections, as we'll see in this slides as we go forward. Digitization is a very powerful tool, we all know. Digitize these archives, make them available, break the digital divide, and ensure that information is freely and openly accessible to the general public. But the fact that we can digitize does not mean that we can give this freely and openly. Because currently I have about, I think, 309 private archives that I can't upload to Commons yet because we're having challenges with licensing. And let's see how this goes. All right. In a bid to understand the challenge, global licensing like Creative Commons doesn't fully work for the African cultural context. And maybe some other regions as well, because I feel like it may work maybe in Europe, in the United States, but when you come down to Africa, the cultural landscape sensitivity in Africa does not really permit the CC license to really work across all fields, especially when it has to do with cultural heritage. And free use can actually be misunderstood or misused. Value systems are different, and it's very important that we understand the value system of the place you're working with and to know the appropriate license to give to different collections. And many custodians, like I've seen in time past, they don't really feel safe sharing the collections. It seems like they are selling a part of their identity, a part of their legacy to the general public, and you have to address that because as much as we want information to be freely accessible, there's still the part we have to play to ensuring that the custodians or the people who have custody of these materials feel safe and trust us enough to put this out in the open platforms. All right, so the purpose of this presentation this morning, I'm trying to be fast because I want it to be a little bit conversational. I'll keep the room open for questions and answers so we can talk about it in details. So I'm trying to find a respectful, practical way that we can digitize and share. Please, you can remove the African and put your region, if you're affected by this, heritage collections in private custody. And the fact that it has private to it already tells you that the challenges are peculiar to private, right? It's not public heritage materials. If it's a library, a public institution, it's easier to just digitize and respectfully, considering ethical considerations and just put those things up on Commons, on whatever platform, Wikisource, and get going. So I'm going to review current licenses and their fits for my African context and the global context as well. I would suggest new licenses. This is like a startup to a new conversation. And I will encourage, through the process, we just help can encourage people who have these materials to give their work with the current license we have, even as we work to seeing how to get better licenses to help them put these works online or on Commons. All right, so heritage is not just information, it's identity and it's tradition. This is a keynote, this is something to note. It's not just information. It's not, you can't treat it like every other thing we put on Wikidata, structured data, we're just putting this out there. This heritage is a part of a people, a community, and we have to treat it with the value that it holds. And consent and cultural sensitivity matters a lot. It really matters. What may work for the Asian region may not work for the American region, may not work for the European region, may not work for the African region. So understanding these sensitivities can really play a major role in shaping how we address or follow heritage collections. And some materials may be sacred or released or restricted. And this, I noted this down because we need to look for a way to put sacred and restricted materials on Commons, such that it still maintains its sacredness and still somehow open but restricted. It's controversial in a way, but if we can make it open at the same time still restricted, so it maintains a level of sacredness that the custodians will want it to still have. All right, licensing bottlenecks. We already have these already existing licenses, and in most cases there are no protections for cultural context or regional control. Open access, I've said before, is usually interpreted to be loss of ownership. Legal systems in many African countries are a little bit vague, unclear, some just, And there's fear of misuse and value systems. These are recurring things I've said in the past or just before now. So the big question that I have for everybody in the room this morning or those following virtually, who defines the CC standards? I know in 2001, this came up, the CC licenses came up. So who defined the CC standards? What was the committee like? What was the steering committee like? Whose opinion formed the Creative Commons license? Or was this forced down our throats? The question I should go back with, like, where your, maybe the African Union, European Union, how did this come about? Or was it just a few individuals who said, oh, we think we need to protect the rights of creatives, and let's just do this and, try to help this, and it was just validated and generalized. So who defined these standards, and who validated or what validated these standards? Why do we think this can work across all boards? And are the Creative Commons license generalizable to all regions? To me, it's no. So you can answer that in your own, but to me, it's no. All right. So the first case study I'll be talking about is the Nigerian case study. So we were private to have access to the collections of Nigerians' first architects, the person of Michael Olutosin Onafowokon. He designed virtually the first story building in West Africa, the Cocoa House, which you may have heard of. And he had a full archives. Interesting stuff. The family has done a great job in keeping these archives. But we had some challenges, right? The archives were deeply personal to the custodians, who in this case happened to be his children, who were also architects and have continued the practice even after his demise. So it was really personal to them. I think the custodian had even been, and he was a drafter, like a draftsman for his father while his father was alive. So you can imagine having those kind of archives put in the public domain in something like Creative Commons. You need to go beyond trust to convince someone to put something that means so much to them. It's like his personal life right now. It's not just materials to be put up in commons. It's something that's really personal to him. So we had issue with the nature of the archives. Most were very personal to them. And we had another custodian who said we should make sure that the wraps around the documents that had that writing on them should be preserved. It was that personal. So we had to watch who had access to those materials, as little as the paper used in naming them. So that's how personal these materials were. And they eventually, at the end, we had issues with licensing as well, but we were able to navigate through one or two things and see how we can get some of these works on commons. So resistance to digitization, we didn't really experience this so much, but there were a few documents we couldn't digitize. Like we had archives that had to do with the military that these creators had done or worked for the government. We had access to those, but we couldn't put those up on common. Some were not allowed to even digitize. We had access to Oba's palaces, and Oba is like a king in the Nigerian scene. So the palace is a very sacred place. We couldn't do those digitizations. But I believe if we can come up with more welcoming licenses, we'd have the access to put it on commons, and that's what we are trying to look at. So fear of misuse and misrepresentation. So we had a case where one of the custodians was like, oh, what if these drawings are finally commercialized and put on a cement bag to sell a cement product? They had concerns like that. And we cannot dismiss these concerns. They were very important that we listen to them and see how we can say, oh, we know that this is going to be out for, like on the CC by SH 4.0 international license. And anybody can reuse this, reproduce this, and just give it the attribution that this is a license. But we'll try our best to see how we can limit this. It's not in our control anymore. And they had these concerns, because once it's out there, it's out there. So how do you control these things? Commercial exploitation, I've mentioned that. Loss of control over heritage. So this was a major challenge, like I've said earlier. They were scared that if they put these works out there, they've lost control entirely. Is that true? Maybe, maybe not. But I'm very sure that if we have more inclusive license, we'll be able to address this issue. Okay, so yeah, those are the archives we digitized. A1 sheet drawings, hand-drawn, most were hand-drawns. All were hand-drawns, not most. And this is the Ikeja General Hospital designed in 1972 in Lagos, Nigeria. And on the other hand is the North Quarters, designed by the first architect in Nigeria as well, who has been a mentor to a lot of us architects in Nigeria. So some solutions we have tried to prefer to the challenges we experience in putting these works out there in public. We have tried to create, in my own little space, my own little world, doing my research and trying to see how I can make this more inclusive, created a more context-aware open licensing system that will allow custodians to give this work out without fear of losing these archives. So controlled access with cultural consent. And I've put this here because we had a custodian who has full understanding of the CC licenses, but still had a problem giving out the archive because it was very personal to her. And I couldn't dismiss that because it's very important we carry our stakeholders, our custodians, in the whole process of this collection, from digitization, from sorting to digitization to licensing and to uploading to commons. They have to be carried all through the process, so they feel like they're a part of this process. So download tracking and use monitoring. So I think one of the custodians had the idea of, can I know who downloads this work on the internet? Can I keep track of where this work is being used? How do I know which website has this archives, this collection? And I think that was it was a really valid question because they want to know how far and how wide the work has gone, right? And they were willing to give these works out for research purposes only, academic purposes only. And we know that heritage collection sometimes is not really about academics or research. People just have interest in certain kind of heritage materials and they also want to go through it. So how can we make this very, very inclusive? Community partnerships and recognition, try to collaborate with the families and see how we can get this sorted. All right. So the same project was carried out in Sudan. That was the first iteration with the Canadian Center for Architecture, the Find and Tell Elsewhere project. This was the first iteration in Sudan, and the landscape in Sudan was a little bit different compared to the one in Nigeria. Like I said, these licenses differ following different regions. And for the Sudan situation, we were able to get archives, drawings, we had 3Ds, floor plans, and we were able to upload some of these drawings on Wikimedia Commons as well. But again, the challenges were still very similar. The cultural perception and the misuse fear is a constant factor, right? So for Sudan, we had very challenging international copyright laws. The freedom of panorama is very different in Sudan, and I believe it's different for different regions, but for Sudan, it was very tough. There are certain buildings you couldn't photograph. Some were in conflict-prone areas. Some you couldn't even go there. No one allowed to go there with a camera or digital material to just take a picture or something. And it was a challenge. So there was a case of preservation and access tension. Are we doing this to preserve these documents, or are we doing this to give access to the public? So many custodians were okay with the idea of preservation. So, come help us preserve, digitize these documents and just keep it in your custody. Don't give access to anybody. They were okay with that completely, 100%. When we talk about access, we need to give this to the general public. Information should be free. That's what we're all about. And they're like, we have challenges with that. Where will it be? How far would it go? And all of those. My time is going very, very fast. All right, so let's run through. Sorry. Okay, these are archives. These are hand-drawn documents from Abdel Monim Mustafa in Sudan, floor plans, the private residence of Abdel Monim Mustafa, and these all have, that's the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Sudan. And so, we had this. So solutions, we have tried to do early engagement. We start from time. Initially, the first iteration, we were like, okay, it's going to be very fast. Just meet the custodians, have access, and just put it on commons, very easy. But we realized that it takes over 6 months to 1 year to be able to convince private custodians to give their archives for free. It takes that long. So we start on time and start having these conversations, having meetings, visiting the archives, looking at the archives. We take time. It's time consuming sometimes. And we have to be patient because of the value of these heritage materials. So new licensing models, which I will speak about in the next few minutes, and legal guidance and documentation. I want to move to the licensing part of things. Okay, we know the CC by SA, CCU, and all of these non-commercial. The problem is that none of these account for protection or spiritual context or sacredness or community ownership. Now, what we need new licenses because the ones we have already do not sufficiently address cultural protection or ownership rights or regional priorities and sensitivities. And there's need for licenses that better align with the sensitivity of differing heritage collections of materials, research ethics, and controlled access. So here's what I'm proposing. CC by HU, heritage use. We want lessons that would give freedom for the collections for just heritage use. So if our custodians say, oh, we want this to be used by just heritage organizations, institutions, and heritage bodies, oh, fine, we can have this work on commons, and the license is clear. This cannot be used for commercial purposes. This cannot be just, it cannot be out there just like that. It has to be for the purpose of heritage, right? And then we have research use, which was the one that they were willing to, because we went to the game of, oh, we want researchers to be able to write about these things, have this shared with the general public, have this out there, and yeah, and then there's academic use as well. For students, if you're students in whatever field you are, you can have this done. So we have benefits: protect cultural dignity and respect custodians, support ethical scholarship, and create middle ground between open access and local ownership. So that's the bridge we're trying to really, feel, how we can, bridge open access and local ownership and ensure that cultural identity still remains with the custodians and they don't lose a part of themselves by allowing their fathers or their mothers or their friends to work out in the public space. Engaging private custodians on how to build trust. Awareness campaign in local languages. We had what we did. We went with some people they trust. Like my team, we had the likes of architect Tinka Williams, Professor Ife Oladisa, and Professor Waribi Brisibi. These are people who are well known in the Nigerian landscape in architecture. It was easier to speak to the custodians because these people were involved. Sometimes they had to speak the local language, Yoruba, to get custodians to be more, eased with what we are trying to do. And so it's important to, do campaigns to local languages. Clear benefit sharing. What do they stand to gain? With their work, inspire the next generation of architects or people in the heritage sector. Partner with trade institutions. We partnered with the NIA, the NCAMM, the ICOMOS. Different institutions across the country were in on this. It was easier to get access because we had these people, partnering with us on this project. And training in digitization and digital rights. We hold trainings as well. We invite these custodians to be part of the trainings and see how these things are being done. All right, I have 1 minute left. And this is the conclusion, and we can go to the question. I tried. I should applaud myself. Okay. Thank you. So Africa needs licensing that fits its own realities. Likewise, every other region. We need licensing that fits our regions. And if we can get that started and work on that, I believe we'll make much more impact with cultural heritage materials. And at the end of the day, everybody is happy. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I don't know if there are questions. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, the mic is going round.
Hi, good morning. Commons is a very strong position that if you do not allow that any license that is more restrictive than CC by SA, you cannot upload it to Commons. Thank you.
Yeah, so I've really considered that, and the fact Commons a little bit flexible for just this purpose of cultural material and heritage material, because it's heritage, it's the people we're trying to serve. So it's an ongoing conversation. We are seeing how we can go back and forth with Commons and see how we can make this more, allowed or more, inclusive.
Okay, my question.
Yes.
So what actually struck my mind is when you mentioned that Africans needs its purpose. The question is, what form of attributes of the license you are looking for?
Okay, so generally we have just global licenses that we use, and if we can have an open license that can be tailored to the needs of Africans alone. I don't have it purely figured out right now. I can see that. It could be we could start a conversation right now and see how, as an African community, we can come up with a license that's just tailored to the African needs, because we know how our landscapes are. Cultural cities are just so vast and so numerous. So if we can have that conversation ongoing, it could be a very good thing to end up in the future. And at the end of the day, we'll have something that works for Africans generally. Another question? Okay, there's one last one.
Good morning. I was wondering if you had a chance to evaluate the traditional knowledge labels.
Traditional knowledge, in what aspect?
So there's an organization in Canada called Local Contexts, and they created a system of labels to apply to indigenous digital artifacts. I think that their concerns overlap significantly with the concerns that you've expressed today.
Okay, so the idea of having different labels.
Because it will be a generalized recommendation from UN, from UNESCO concerning open cultural, and from UNESCO concerning open cultural heritage. So, you please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Appreciate everyone for staying to the end. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's start. The power of multimedia archives on Wikimedia Commons. So let's get starting. But first we need to declare, what is a multimedia archive? Well, a multimedia archive is a digital collection of different types of media, such as photos, videos, audio recordings, and scanned documents. Because, of course, embodies
the illustrious three. So my name's Ingrid Thompson. I'm a Wikimedian from... So I'm going to just set the... and then we will wade in.
Community. Librarians being part of the movement in Africa. Librarians being part of the movement in Africa, but also using the Wikimedia projects to serve their user communities better. Thank you.
Okay, what were the different components of the project? Because we're going to be talking about one of those components.
All right.
But there were different components.
Yeah. So first of all, we held visual conversations with that we brought librarians, archivists, and others to the table, alongside with the Wikimedia movement in Africa. And in doing that, we were careful, very careful, to choose our moderators. Two of them are here. And we did it for the 5 regions of Africa as well as for French-speaking Africa. We just wanted to start the conversation, to start the engagement so that the library sector will know that, hey, these are people you can trust, these are people you can work with, these are people...
To recruit professionals like the media, people in the media and the rest. But the AFLIA partnership with the Wiki movement has gone a step further. Not just recruiting, but also looking for how to help the retention. So there are 2 key things that really struck my attention in the conversation that we have in the English as part of the West Africa conversation. The need to design a tool that's going to help in supporting the so-called librarians within the movement. The Wikimedia Nigerian community, when she brought librarians into the group, we need the need for us to now help in supporting these people. There is need to build a routine tool that can help
projects, as well of Uganda University libraries
And that struck me as an ideal opportunity for the two communities to just get together and have a conversation where no one is trying to prove a point, but just identify common pain points, common areas for interest, common areas for participation. So that's the first thing that struck me, that we needed, because many of you out there know that our skill set as librarians, what we do in Wikimedia is just an extension of our day-to-day work. But then we are our own worst enemies. We are the people that are most antagonistic towards Wikimedia projects. Maybe we are hyper-territorial, or we are sensitive. I do not know. What also struck me then is just the amount of trained information workers amongst its ranks. I've said this before. The things that we talk about in the different Wikimedia projects, librarians and information workers are doing this already. If we are talking about digitization, we have whole digitization units. If we're talking about archiving, we have this, and we're extending this in Wikisource. If we are looking at things like cataloging, we are looking at Wikidata. If we are looking at things like information integrity, Wikipedia is our playground on that. Or rather, we have a lot to say on that. And the amount of areas of advice was overwhelming. So I know some people are tuned in, and they might be the decision makers. Please stop taking librarians as a special interest group. We are actually here. We are your mission-aligned partners.
Would you like to add a comment?
Yeah, thing. First of all, that rapprochement that, so we can be a part of. A number of Wikimedians had never ever worked with librarians. They had never approached any library to ask, can we do this with you or the other with you? So it was like opening a floodgate. And some of the points we got later were not even from the conversations themselves, but people that spoke to us after. That, we didn't know that these opportunities can exist. Then especially for the French-speaking West, is that configured in West, East, Southern Africa. It's quite different from the way we see them in North Africa. So we have to make room for adjustments. You don't say, hey, can you come to our library and do this? When all the libraries, let's say, conversations really stuff with you, and they'll say, okay. But you can't go to a library in Algeria and say that, or Egypt. So those things, again, their libraries are configured different. Community libraries are like part of institutions. They are not standalone. It's been an eye-opening experience, and it helps us understand that we are all libraries or librarians, but we are all different. They are all different. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I mean, that just shows just how challenging it is. It isn't a one-stop shop or that we can just have one
calm landscape under which they operate. So we saw increasingly a number of information workers who are dealing with themes, and they had actually trained under these themes. But also what came up about this skill set is that as a community of practice, even the legal landscape under which we operate and so many things in between, most of the institutions or the places in which we were offering our skill set did not have the tasks that could offer the responsibility for our skill set. So you find...
They are like to bring them in. We want to bring them in as I put it, critical resource that will help the African Wikimedia movement grow in certain areas. And then the attitudes, like I said, that we are looking at changing is acceptance. Acceptance that you have something to bring to the table and the other person has to. And then we are complementary. Did I get that word right? Yes, I did. There are complementary skills, objectives, and so on. So in the next 5 years, we are looking at more Wikimedia movements integrated into the library processes. We are looking at more librarians being full-time members of our communities, like you're doing, where you people should just be doing. So we want a situation where there will be a part of everything. Thank you. I hope I answered that.
There's only one thing I would like to add to that, and this should be like an eye-opener to the Wikimedians. We need to understand that if we really want to really thrive in this so-called what we project, the knowledge repository, we really need to embrace the librarians, because those knowledge that we are looking for reside with them. So we must look at how we can form a sort of a collaborative spectrum across Africa, where strategically we know where to tap those knowledge. Because in Africa, most of our knowledge, we said, are encapsulated in an oral format. So these are the people that have it in the formats that we need. What are we doing in tapping them? So that collaboration must be strategic. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I think we've got time for, depending on how quickly we answer, time for one more question, and maybe squeeze another one in if it's a quick one.
All right. My name is Jonathan. My question is, what is the end goal for all that we are doing as librarians? Because if you're able to input all that we are talking about, and the people outside, let's say the student or the populace, are not able to assess them or have no idea about what we are doing, I think it will be a waste of time. So how do we impact those that we are working for, being the student, the populace, or whoever? What is the way forward? That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if I got your question right, what we need now, having done what we needed to do, there is need for community engagement. Reach out to them. This is what we have done. And also knowing those people that are in need of each of those things that we have done. So the community engagement is key.
And to add on to that, we need to diversify our participation. Not everyone is equally gifted. Some are not good editors, some are not good photographers, some are not good speakers, but they are good for something. There is something for everybody in this Wikimedia movement. So those who are able to promote the word can do so. Those who are able to go into decision-making, into advocacy, into the legal framework of it all, can apply their skills there. Those who can do photography, documentation, digitization, can do that.
And to answer to his question, you see, when we use Wikimedia projects in our libraries, we can impact more people. They have more information. They have access to a wider reach of what is available in our libraries. We can't operate as librarians in silos. You know, only the things we have on our shelves on our websites. We need to diversify, like you said, but from the other angle. Thank you.
Okay, I think there's one more question. Yes.
Please. Hi, everybody. Kylie here from Recreate South Africa. I work at the intersection of civil society, experts, creatives, you know, all these different things. And we often always collaborate and have librarians in the room. And I'm always amazed at the potential and the wealth of knowledge and capabilities and skills that librarians bring to the table, and not even just on the user's side, but even on the creative side. There's massive potential for working with cultural archives and music industries and so forth. And government. We recently did a workshop with government, and the librarians were like, look, we're ready to go. Like, once you guys do these reforms, we're ready to go. We have the information, we have the skills, we have the outreach capabilities to educate the public about these reforms. So partnering with librarians, I think, in any type of progressive, legislation or movement is key for any part, whether it's civil society, whether it's creatives, whether it's government. Librarians are really kind of like the quiet superpower.
Yeah, I love that.
The South African librarians invite the rest of African librarians.
Okay, our time is running out. I've had the 5-minute signal from the back, and this is telling. This is in red over here. Last, I'm going to give you each an opportunity, a minute each, to have a last say. Last comments.
Okay, the last one from me. I think, and my last narrative here will resonate more around the question that the other man asked. Having done everything needed to do, we've ticked all the boxes. What next? We are not going to sit down and say, hey, we've finished everything. We need to go out. Librarians need to go out and reach out to every stakeholders within the ecosystem for them to understand why they've done what they have done, what is needed from them to be able to tap into the resources that they've created. And also for them to also, librarian, to also understand where the Wikimedians are coming from, so that the two of us can be working on the same, working on the same level of understanding. So having that community engagement is key to be able to go to the next level. Thank you.
There's something for everybody. Please find the place in the Wikimedia movement or ecosystem where your contributions will be most beneficial or impactful, and contribute to the change in that corner.
Thank you very much. My last words that librarians, please don't walk alone. I'm not a Liverpool fan, my sons are, but please don't walk alone. Don't think that, I'm Arsenal. So please, so please don't think that, we have all, that our users need. The knowledge landscape is ever evolving. Things change, and we have to keep on learning and then collaborating with others. And then, like he said, community engagement, but I'm looking at it from advocacy. Meet up with people, collaborate with people. Just don't lock yourself away and feel, I have enough. There's room for everyone, like Alice said, and it's better that we work with others than working alone. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that is probably it from us. This has been. We need to, when the white paper finally appears, not the draft, that'll need to be made available somewhere along the line, up on the Commons, I guess. The white paper will be available for comment at some point.
And there's also a course that we've developed for national libraries to use Wikibase for their authority control files.
Would you like to do a quick plug for your session?
Another time. But
there is a session later on Wikibase that Dr. Nakem is presenting.
AFLIA is going on with that. We believe that that the future is out there. It's just not within what we see, but also in other groups that we need to work with, and then to bring our library sector into that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you for being a good moderator.
Thank you.
That was excellent.
What? Come back. Oh,
The one from America is taking our pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, the American phone is taking us.
Okay.
That one from America. Okay.
We have the professionals. No, I'm just.
Yes, we do. This is the iPhone from America.
Please let me change my style.
The style is always there. The style is in place. All right, good.
Okay. Right.
Abantu basikachalije. Nedda sikyali naye siraba the Uganda session. I like singing.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know
Adi, mimi naingia.
Colleagues, the next session is due to begin in a minute. It is in French. So if you need interpretation for this, please go up to the second floor at the desk marked Force Asia to get earphones. And you'll also get the instructions for which website to log in for the translations. So please make way for Kaho Toure. I hope he is here. The AV team is on standby.
Do you speak French?
Yes.
Okay, so the next session will be first.
You presentation and
Oh, tu veux quoi? No, you want to present after? No. I just check. Ah, no, you believe once you do okay, so far which problem? Okay, thanks. Right. The last one.
des ouvrages. Ensuite, la gestion des conflits d'édition. Les articles portant sur des sujets sensibles sont fréquemment le théâtre d'édition, des guerres d'édition. Des tensions surviennent lorsque les contributeurs modifient régulièrement un contenu selon leur propre vision des faits. Dans ces cas, il est recommandé d'utiliser la page de discussion, comme il est illustré ici, pour parvenir à un consensus et de solliciter l'intervention des modérateurs si nécessaire. Quelles sont les bonnes pratiques pour la rédaction? Pour pouvoir rédiger ce genre d'article. Alors, pour rédiger ces genres d'articles, il faut une sélection très rigoureuse des sources. Je l'ai dit tantôt, les sources primaires sont à ne même pas considérer parce que ces sources sont subjectives. Il faut plutôt considérer les sources secondaires, surtout les sources tertiaires. Donc, il est donc primordial de vérifier la crédibilité des sources employées. Les travaux issus d'historiens reconnus doivent prévaloir sur des sources journalistiques ou militantes qui peuvent être biaisées. Et ici, on parle des articles scientifiques, des essais, voilà, et puis tout ce qui a trait aux encyclopédies qui peuvent donner des sources afin que vous puissiez les exploiter à bon escient. Lorsque plusieurs interprétations existent, celles-ci doivent être mentionnées avec des références explicites. Lorsque vous avez différents types d'interprétations de ce conflit, hein, selon la position où vous vous trouvez, effectivement, il peut y avoir des scientifiques qui, on ne veut pas dire de mauvaise foi, mais bon, qui peuvent, selon leur conception de la chose, écrire. Donc, il faudrait prendre plusieurs sources, faire la recension des documents et voir les sources qui se rejoignent, voilà, pour que vous puissiez les exploiter à bon escient. Il y a la contextualisation et la mise en perspective. Un article sur un sujet sensible doit présenter le contexte historique, global d'abord, et éviter les simplifications abusives. Voilà, de rentrer dans les petits détails où on sent que vous essayez de tirer parti. Non. La complexité des faits doit être rendue de manière didactique pour éviter les lectures manichéennes. L'usage des bandes communautaires. Dans le cas d'espèce, lorsque vous écrivez un article très sensible basé sur le truc, il est primordial d'apposer un bandeau pour avertir le contributeur ou bien celui qui va exploiter la page que ceci est un article vraiment qui concerne un fait. Voilà. Déjà, lorsque vous faites cela, on sent que vous êtes objectif dans les trucs. Mais si vous ne mettez pas, le gars va prendre cela pour agent comptant et ça risque de créer des discussions jusqu'à ce qu'il y ait des blocages. Donc, lorsque vous apposez un bandeau, l'article à neutralité concertée, source améliorée, permet de signaler les problèmes potentiels aux lecteurs ou aux contributeurs. Les discussions en page de discussion sont essentielles pour débattre des choix éditoriaux et atteindre un consensus. Donc, le bandeau, ici, c'est le bandeau source à améliorer ou article à neutralité concertée. Voilà. Lorsque vous le mettez, ça sera plus facile pour qu'il puisse avoir des discussions sur la page de discussion et puis trouver un consensus afin que l'article puisse continuer son chemin de la qualité. Et des études de cas. Il y a différents types d'études de cas qu'on pourra voir. Ici, le traitement de la colonisation des mouvements d'indépendance. Aujourd'hui, certains articles portant sur l'histoire coloniale sont régulièrement des sujets à tension, en différentes visions historiques. La méthode consistant à croiser les sources académiques et à présenter les différentes interprétations pour permettre d'améliorer leur qualité est souvent la bienvenue, comme je vous l'ai dit tantôt. Un exemple concret, on a le traitement de la guerre civile ivoirienne sur Wikipédia. Voilà. Selon les différents types de camps, il y a eu des faits qui ont été relatés. Et ces faits, ils l'ont relaté selon leur position. Voilà. Et c'est ce qu'on déplore. Parce que dans ce cas, il y a toujours des blocages de place. dont les différents événements récents font encore l'objet de débats passionnés ici au pays, ce qui complique l'établissement d'une version neutre et factuelle. Dans ce cas, la prudence et l'appui sur des sources reconnues, comme les rapports d'ONG, les études académiques, sont essentiels. En conclusion, la rédaction sur des sujets historiques sensibles est une entreprise complexe qui exige prudence et collaboration. En respectant les principes de Wikipédia, c'est-à-dire la neutralité, la vérifiabilité et le consensus communautaire, il est possible de fournir aux lecteurs un contenu de qualité, contribuant ainsi à une meilleure compréhension du passé. Les échanges avec la communauté de contributeurs sont fondamentaux pour dépasser les controverses et enrichir dans un esprit constructif. Ainsi, Wikipédia reste un espace d'apprentissage et de dialogue sur l'histoire, tout en étant conscient des enjeux mémoriels et politiques liés à la thématique. Et on peut maintenant aller à la discussion, c'est-à-dire pour pouvoir enrichir ce document, cette monographie, on aura besoin aussi dans votre pays ou selon vos expériences, si vous avez été emprunt à un article historique, soit, je ne dirais pas une guerre, mais il y a des soucis, soit au niveau des élections, ainsi de suite, on pourra ensemble partager nos expériences et voir comment renforcer encore les éléments sur ma communication. Donc, voici un peu ce que je proposais pour qu'ensemble, on puisse discuter sur les 5 minutes ou 10 minutes qui restent. Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Voilà. Je suis à l'écoute.
Is it open? Ok. Bonjour Kabou. Kabou, c'est bien Kabou. Kaou, bonjour Kaou.
Oui, bonjour.
Bonjour Kaou, je suis Alexandra du Cameroun, du Wikimedia, User Group of Cameroun, du continent. Donc la question que j'ai à te poser relativement à ta présentation, que j'ai beaucoup aimée, qui m'a beaucoup intéressée parce qu'on a beaucoup d'histoires conflictuelles dans nos pays et pour lesquelles on a beaucoup de mal à documenter l'évolution des faits. Ce que je note dans ta présentation, c'est que tu recommandes davantage la référence aux travaux des chercheurs, premièrement, des historiens qui ont écrit, mais ce que j'observe, en tout cas sur le terrain, c'est que ça prend beaucoup de temps à arriver. Et entre-temps, les événements se déroulent, évoluent et empirent des fois. Et donc, tu déconseilles les écrits des journalistes. Je rappelle que dans une vie, je suis également journaliste et que je conseille beaucoup d'utiliser les écrits de journalistes. À partir de ce moment, vu qu'on a des pages de discussion sans fin sur des faits, sur des événements qui se déroulent, quelles sont les recommandations dans les bonnes pratiques qu'il faut avoir dès lors? Parce qu'on a des situations, je suis par exemple d'un pays où il y a des situations conflictuelles qui sont encore en cours, qui ont démarré pour certaines en 2016 et dont les versions peuvent beaucoup évoluer et les historiens n'ont pas nécessairement déjà documenté ce qui s'est fait. Et même si un historien le fait, il va rendre l'histoire d'un point de vue, quoi qu'il en soit. Mais ce sera une source qui va passer sur Wiki. Donc, pour ce cas-là, quelles sont les bonnes pratiques que toi, tu recommandes? Merci.
Ok, merci. Voilà, comme je l'ai dit tantôt, au-delà des articles scientifiques et des sources tertiaires, il y a au niveau de Wiki, je pense que je n'ai pas encore la référence de tout, mais il y a un type de journaux qui ont été référencés comme journaux très comment on appelle ce mot, très vérifiable.
Fiable.
Voilà. Je ne sais pas si c'est
fiable,
des journaux très fiables. Voilà. Il y a des journaux fiables qui ont été référencés, voilà, et dans différents types de pays. Je pense que je vais voir s'il y a le lien. Voilà, et puis on va essayer de vous passer ce lien. Par différents types de pays, il y a des journaux qui ont été référencés comme fiables. Je pense que en se basant sur ces types de journaux, on peut les exploiter pour pouvoir prendre des références et écrire nos différents types d'articles. Mais comme la plupart de ces conflits reviennent, c'est vrai qu'à chaud on peut l'écrire, mais ce sont des conflits, comme je parle de la colonisation et puis l'esclavage et autres. Ce sont des trucs où on peut obligatoirement, on doit obligatoirement, je dirais, se référer sur des sources tertiaires. Voilà. Et là, c'est mieux. Mais les sources, comme on le vit chez nous en Afrique, en francophone, des sources, des conflits qui se basent sur les élections et autres, là, on doit se baser sur ces types de journaux fiables qui ont été référencés et qui sont aujourd'hui, je pense que lors de vos discussions là-bas, vous allez voir dans une salle, je ne sais pas dans laquelle, où les gens ont référencé les différents types de journaux fiables dans différents types de pays et pour que les gens puissent avoir accès à ces journaux-là lorsqu'ils écrivent en situation conflictuelle. Mais ce qui est antérieur, c'est-à-dire colonisation, esclavage et ainsi de suite, là, il faudrait se baser sur des écrits scientifiques, les encyclopédies et autres. Voici un peu ce que je tenais à dire par rapport à votre question.
Merci Kaou. Moi, je voulais aussi contribuer au débat.
Oui.
Bon, Donatien Kanga de Wikimania Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, merci d'aborder le sujet, donc de nous donner l'opportunité d'en discuter. Moi, je pense qu'il faut, comme tu le dis, distinguer deux types de sujets, c'est-à-dire les sujets qui portent sur des événements en cours, contemporains, et puis ceux qui sont passés. Je pense que ceux qui sont passés, ça peut être... la distance est plus facile. Mais pour les événements en cours, la sensibilité est forte et je pense que même il y a des risques sur la sécurité même des contributeurs. Parce que la façon dont tu rédigeras ou les contributions que tu apporteras peuvent être analysées, interprétées pour te coller une étiquette et au besoin, voilà, et on peut encourir des représailles dans ce sens. Donc, il y a déjà évalué les enjeux et les risques sécuritaires pour les contributeurs. Et malgré tout ça, si on voudrait contribuer, moi, je pense qu'il faut faire l'effort de rester très factuel, ultra factuel. Et pour parler comme les journalistes, ce sera sujet, verbe, complément. Sujet, verbe, complément. Et une recommandation, ce serait de systématiquement croiser les sources. Donc, ne pas se contenter, par exemple, d'une seule source, point fait. Utiliser une forme de triangulation, source pro, source contre ou bien source neutre. Ça te fait tes trois sources. Et à partir de là, tu te limites aux faits, c'est-à-dire qui a fait quoi, quand, où. Pas plus, pas moins. Ça, dans un premier temps, parce que les événements sont en cours, c'est des événements contemporains. Après, quand les événements se passent, on peut... De toute façon, un article Wikipédia, il vit éternellement, on va dire. Il vit en tout cas, il a une longue vie, donc on pourra l'améliorer et autres. Mais dans un démarrage, pour ne pas que les faits soient ignorés, on peut s'en tenir à cette démarche. Parce que si on veut adopter l'une des recommandations de la neutralité au point de vue qui part jusqu'à partager tous les points de vue sur un sujet, on peut tomber dans des formes de spéculation qui sont trucs. Et puis, dernier élément, pour ne pas être plus long, je voulais quand même aussi, en termes de sources, je pense que les rapports d'ONG sont aussi... sont des sources quand même qui sont souvent très discutées, n'ont pas la fiabilité des productions scientifiques, n'ont pas l'autorité, voilà, c'est le thème que je cherchais. Et donc, il faut faire très attention aussi sur les rapports d'ONG comme source. Ils ne sont pas ignorés, mais on ne peut pas leur accorder le total crédit, la même autorité qu'on confère aux sources scientifiques. Voilà. Mais voilà, je pense que on sent la sensibilité du sujet. Merci, Kaou.
Merci à tout le monde. Voilà. Je pense que mon temps est fini. Hein?
Bon. Le temps est fini. En fait, je voudrais ajouter quelque chose concernant le cas du Burkina. Je suis connateur du Burkina Faso.
Oui.
Je disais, concernant ce sujet-là, c'est assez critique parce qu'au Burkina, si on prend le cas du Burkina, il y a certains sujets, ce n'est pas évident qu'on puisse écrire dessus, comme ce que Donatien disait. Parce que quand tu vas commencer, ce n'est pas évident que tu puisses trouver les sources même. Voilà. Ce n'est pas évident que tu puisses trouver les sources. Mais quand souvent on regarde sur nos portails, on voit que ces sujets-là ou bien ces attaques-là sont écrits au fait. Maintenant, c'est écrit, c'est sourcé. Maintenant, c'est sourcé, mais ce n'est pas évident que toi, étant au Burkina, que tu puisses voir ces sources-là. Donc, c'est assez critique de vraiment rédiger quelque chose sur le Burkina dans ces situations. Peut-être c'est après, avec les sources secondaires ou tertiaires, qui va nous permettre vraiment de relater vraiment ces faits-là. Voilà. Sinon, c'est pas évident actuellement d'écrire certains articles sur le Burkina dans le temps dans ces temps de crise là, en fait. C'est ce que je voulais ajouter, au fait. Merci.
Ok, vraiment merci pour vos contributions. Je vais enrichir le document avec ce que je viens d'entendre de vous. Merci pour votre participation, parce que c'est ça, Wiki, c'est la participation des uns des autres pour pouvoir permettre de faire évoluer un sujet. Et mon sujet, il est sensible, donc plus ou moins, lorsqu'on se donne des idées, on puisse apporter d'autres éléments pour pouvoir permettre de parfaire le document. Merci beaucoup. Je pense que on me dit que mon temps vient d'arriver à thème. Donc, sur ce, bonne continuation à vous autres et on sera à la prochaine rencontre. Voilà.
the program. Sometimes what's on top, but it's even if you see it, it's WMF budget, so you don't have to, choose between different items to say, oh, okay, I can't do this because I need to pay for that guy. No, you don't. It comes after that, so that's one less worry. And we submit and your purpose, your goal is to make your activities and
the sponsorship comes with a lot of administrative responsibilities, especially on the side of the sponsor, to ensure full accountability and also activities to be happening.
So what I recommend, this is this amount. We're there, we're going to do that. Here, we're going to use a group, doesn't matter. They know us, obviously. We sign the paperwork, so the paperwork is being signed between the foundation, ourselves, and yourselves. So everyone's on the same page and get the same copy of the contract. That's it. The idea very much is to limit the paperwork. Oh yeah, one thing I did not clarify, if there are salaries, we pay you as if you were invoicing us as an independent contractor, so you still need to pay taxes in your country. Don't forget to pay taxes, it's important. And that's it. Thank you very much. Directly if you have more questions.
So we're two people talking. Is it like, does it work with two microphones, or should we just switch here? Yeah, you can switch. Then you can play.
My name is Luis Carrasco. I'm part of the Content Partnership Hub. Here with me is
Eric Luth, also working for the Content Partnerships Hub team. Delighted to be talking to you here during this session.
And we will be talking about how the help best support the content partnerships and different activities related to GLAM projects here in the Wikimedia movement. So different members of the
Hi, can you hear me okay? Hello? Okay, perfect. All right, I'll just wait for you to tell me when to start talking. Thanks. Hi, I hope that the technical difficulties are okay. I'm not sure if you can see me or not, but I'm just sharing some slides. I'm going to turn my video off in a minute because I understand there's some issues. But yeah, thank you so much for coming today. I can't see or hear anyone, so I'm just going to use my imagination. This is a large room full of interested people. I'm just going to tell you a bit about the work I've been doing for the last years or so, and tell you a bit about the UN and work in the UN. Oh, I can see a room of people now. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Oh, are you waving? This is amazing. you very much. I've been on Wikimedia outreach project for about 15 years, and I've been working with the UN, with Wikimedia now. Currently work at Wikimedia Sweden. Hi, Eric. I just saw your talk. Very nice. And also work at UN organization. There's many people working in the UN system on Wikimedia projects. I think I've been here deadliest, but lots of others there. You can see some of our pictures below. Please come to that. I'm just going to explain what the UN is. I pitch Wikimedia to the UN. Then explain the work I've been doing with the UN system over the past 10 years or so. And then lastly, I'd love you to be involved in some way. And I can do that. First of all, I'll just tell you a little bit about United Nations. You may already know a little bit. You may have some direct experience with them. This is just like a brief summary. It was founded in 1945. This is from the UN website for peace, justice, respect, human rights, tolerance, and solidarity. You might have heard of the Sustainable Development Goals. The UN's working towards these goals, targets for peace and prosperity. And not only is the UN kind of an organization that produces its own work, it also has thousands of partner organizations to kind of describe what Wikipedia is doing. Thank you, Jimmy. And then this is how I kind of explain why Wikimedia might be useful to work with. So I talk about it's the most popular encyclopedia in the world, available in a lot of languages, and its audience is really the thing that a lot of people in the UN are really interested in. And I also explain how it's created, so 100,000 volunteers working together. And also in these kind of presentations I give to the UN, I use lots of nice photos from Wiki Loves Earth and Wiki Loves Africa and Wiki Loves Monuments as well. I hope I'm not going too quickly and you can hear me okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about the work we've done over the years. I think I've been involved directly in most of these projects, if not all of them. But there's some people who are working with the UN who are at Wikimania itself. I'm sorry I can't be there this year. So this is kind of my theory of change. So the Sustainable Development Goals represent huge global issues that we need to solve really quickly. And this, like other things that we want to work on to make the world better, rely on easy, accessible, free information in people's mother languages. The UN and its partners collate much of this information. They've also got 70 years of history, so 70 years of research and huge photography archives and graphics and all kinds of things. I kind of see it as Wikipedia could be this central knowledge repository for people who want to work on the Sustainable Development Goals. The project we've been doing is we want to educate the public about some of these issues, and we've been sharing knowledge and content from the UN on Wikipedia in as many languages as we can. We've predominantly been working in English and French and Spanish, but when we share things like photographs, they get used extremely widely across at least 50 different language versions of Wikipedia. This is an award we just won for our work. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go, but the Osaka World Expo is in Japan, and we're included in an exhibition. And this isn't just the work we've been doing, it's also kind of a celebration of the work Wikipedia has been doing. So this is the Osaka World Expo. It also has a giant robot outside the building. It's like 20 meters tall. It's pretty cool. I'll just talk you through a couple of ways in which we're sharing information and content from the UN with some examples, and I hope you find it useful. So first, I'm going to talk to you about how we share text from the UN. Obviously, we can use text from publications and the website as normal references, but also a lot of UN agencies are producing content under an open license, so we can use that directly in Wikipedia. Yeah, so we're doing that. We're copying text from UN publications into Wikipedia. And we're also working with experts to improve Wikipedia articles. So just as an example, I'm doing a project with the world expert on a type of fly that carry a horrible disease at the moment. And it's lovely to see his knowledge being shared with the world through Wikipedia. That's very nice to improve some Wikipedia articles as well. So yeah, when I first got to UNESCO about 10 years ago, I developed a process to take open license text, create some instructions around how to add it into Wikipedia, and then worked with a software engineer at the Wikimedia Foundation. I think his name is Music Animal is his username. And so he helped produce some metrics for it, so that then we can tell the UN agencies like how many people read their text on Wikipedia. How this works in practice is we take a publication. So this is a publication about food systems and food security, and then we add it into either existing or we create new Wikipedia articles on these topics. And then obviously people can find them because Wikipedia is often at the top of popular search engines. Just another example, this was actually the first one I ever did about 10 years ago. So we took a UNESCO publication written by experts on violent extremism. We created a new article called Violent Extremism that didn't exist. And this article is about 2,000 times a month. This is a really nice additional audience for the UN to share its work, and also it's high quality content written by experts that's really valuable for Wikipedia. And obviously people have come and updated it and expanded it over time as well. Yeah. As I said, there's a metrics tool, so we can tell the organizations we work with who reads, how many people visit the pages that the content they share is on. This is available for everyone. All the instructions are kind of on Wikipedia already. If you are an organization who produces text that's suitable for Wikipedia, you can use all this stuff as well. It's all documented. Yeah, and it's all on the Wiki Project United Nations. So we've added text to about 400 articles on Wikipedia, and these are read about 10 million times a month. The majority of the text is from UN Food and Agriculture, UNESCO and WIPO, but we work with others as well. Yeah, so I kind of see this as a benefit to Wikipedia, really like high quality content written by world experts. Images, I think this is like vetted about within working with the UN. So the UN's produced millions of photos and graphics on a wide range of topics over the past 70 years. I've been to the photo archive at UNESCO in the basement, and there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of photos, like slides and negatives just sitting there, and like hopefully one day we can get as many as we can on Wikipedia. I'm just going to go through a couple of examples of the kinds of photos that we've shared already. So from UNESCO, this is a mixture of graphics from publications, so providing kind of educational content, and also photographs from their kind of long history. One of the things that the UN does is it produces photographs that basically no one else does. The photograph on the right is a school in a refugee camp, and I think you'd really struggle to find photographs from other producers of photographs and that kind of thing. It also produces a lot of, has a huge archive of historical images as well. UNRWA, which is the UN agency for Palestinian refugees, so they've very kindly shared both historical images, and also they have more than one photographer working in Gaza at the moment. I believe they're the only organization sharing any photos from Gaza at the moment. I know there's some Wikimedia photographers in Gaza, but yeah, I think it's a really valuable set of images to have. I'm working with them at the moment. If you can go and share them and use them on your wiki, I think it would be great. please be aware there's some very kind of disturbing and like distressing images on there. But yeah, I think it's really valuable to show what's happening. I've included some of the less distressing ones in this slide. FAO, so UN Food and Agriculture, they do a lot of the world's like research on food and agriculture, and they produce a huge number of publications written by experts on this. And these are graphics from their locations, so they've open licensed a lot of locations. I've worked with them several years to adopt Wikimedia compatible open licenses, and there's hundreds and hundreds of graphics available from FAO on Wikimedia Commons. Again, this is all in Wiki Project United Nations. Please go and have a look. So WIPO is another one, so the World Intellectual Property Organization. They have a kind of a wide range of things, graphics from publications, but also really lovely photos from exhibitions and stuff like that. I think one thing I've learned from working with the UN is like, often partners don't understand the full value of the images that they have, and they really pleasantly surprised at how widely the images they've produced have been seen on Wikipedia. Its majority is the viewership on Wikipedia, obviously, but they're also very useful for other Wikimedia projects. Yeah, those are just some examples. We shared about 6,000 photos and graphics on Wikipedia, on Wikimedia Commons, and they're seen about 30 million times a month, majority Wikipedia. And I think this is a really large audience for them, and I think they're very happy to share content. Obviously, there's some decisions to be made around open licensing of photographs, but yeah, I think it's been a positive experience for all the parts of the UN that have shared content so far. I'll also touch on data. I don't do as much work on data, but this is some of the work we've done. Yeah, so this is just one example. So the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, they're the ones, when you hear about deforestation and kind of, forests around the world and what's happening to them, a lot of the data comes from them. So we've taken, I developed this kind of a very simple spreadsheet to take data from their statistical reports and turn it into text in Wikipedia. So for a lot of country pages now, we have information about forest cover and kind of, how sustainable it is within each country. This is just an example from Afghanistan. I'm going to work some more on this and try and improve the text, but I think this is a really interesting model. I think with a lot of organizations who share data, we've really struggled to get metrics for them out of Wikidata, apart from we added this many statements. And I think adding data as text into Wikipedia gives them a really direct feedback on kind of viewership of what they've shared. Yeah, I think, I don't know, I want to explore this a lot more in the future. So yeah, I added text from FAO data to about 500 Wikipedia articles, which are seen about 30 million times a month. We've also added data from World Heritage Sites from UNESCO, and that's seen about 10 million times a month. There's other projects as well, but these are kind of the easiest statistics to give you. I think also working with the UN, it's not just, I really don't want the UN to be seen as like a food source Wikipedia. I really think it's an amazing partner to have, and there's so many opportunities with all kinds of projects. So we supported UN agencies share their knowledge and content in Wikipedia, and I've kind of shown you a bit about that. I know that my time is running short, so I will do this quickly. The UN and UNESCO have promoted some of the Wikimedia photography competitions. So here they are promoting Wiki Loves Monuments and Wiki Loves Africa. I understand this led to an increase in the number of images that were uploaded in those years. I'd love to be able to do this again. And I think there's the UN has huge social media accounts, so I think it would be great to do more of this. We also did a photography exhibition with UNESCO on cultural heritage at risk, and we used photographs from Wikimedia. We also did a project with the UNESCO government delegations to identify data sets on cultural heritage institutions around the world. I'm sorry about the labeling of this slide. We managed to collect data on, I think, about 20,000 additional institutions. So the UN is not just an organization in itself, it also works directly with a lot of governments, so we were able to go to the governments and work with them. This is kind of the last bit. I'm sorry, this has been quite quick. I've done quite a lot of work over the last 10 years, and this is really a brief summary. So please go to Wiki Project United Nations and have a look. Please share some of the images that the UN's kindly shared with Wikimedia, and also share some of the knowledge from their publications. They produce a lot of open license text publications, but also just use them as normal references. If any of you are listening are librarians or interested in like helping organize Wiki Project United Nations in a way that like people can use it better, I'd love to hear from you. There's so much content from so many bodies that I'm really I struggle to organize it in the most useful way. As I said, we also have a poster session on Friday. Please come and talk to us. I think there's 2 posters. This is my email address. Please do get in touch. I think that's my time, so I'll finish there. Thanks so much for listening. Oh, I can see people clapping. Thank you.
It's okay. Just okay. Excuse me, I had a question for. I have a question for the man who speak. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, I had a question for the person who present.
I don't know if it's still online.
Oops. Thanks to you. Sorry. I can just ask?
Yeah, just ask.
It's okay?
Yeah, just ask.
Okay, sure.
Using that camera.
Oh, so. He said I can just ask. He said I can just ask.
So it's still online?
It's still online.
Okay, then maybe you can just... supposed to be...
Excuse me, I had a question because I use the FAO database every day for my work. Is it possible to align the FAO database called the Domestic Animal Diversity System with Wikidata? Because we really need that. Oops. Sorry. Ah. I can see.
Open the Q&A session. Go ahead.
Sorry, my English is not good. I can use this one. Oh, thanks to you. Okay, I don't know. I could ask online.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Hello. Every day I work with the FAO database on. Oops.
So if I want to present, I just log into the system, the new system.
But you know what you can do? You have John Cummings.
Sorry.
Oh, so you'd rather me just do it directly here?
Yes, I can send.
It's up to you.
I can send an email.
Okay.
That,
Let's try it out.
I show to him what the problem is exactly. We need a screen share and things like that.
Actually, John Cummings works closely with Eric Luth, who's sitting there.
Okay. So,
Eric, you work closely with John Cummings.
Oh, thanks to you. Many thanks. That's because I work every day with the FAO database called the Domestic Animal Diversity System, that is, and we really need to align the data of daddies with Wikidata. It could be profitable for each part, and I have a lot of problem to connect the informations for the. Oh, sorry.
Bam, yes. Yay.
Right, a mirror entire screen's not mirroring it. I think that's it. Ah, okay, we got it.
The other speakers coming in?
No, just me.
It's just me.
But it is hybrid, so hopefully we'll have remote participants as well. It's okay though to do HDMI out?
That's okay.
Okay, oh, great. Chat, say something in the chat if you can hear us. I hope you can. Look here. Are we set? Reverb coming back. Okay, can folks hear? If the folks on the remote end can hear me, you can type in the chat. Otherwise, yes. Yes, they can hear. Thank you, Jan and folks. All right, thanks everyone for coming. My name is Andrew Lee. I am from the United States, and I am doing a number of things in the movement, but I have been Wikimedian at large at the Smithsonian Institution in the United States. Some of you may know that as kind of our national museum system in the United States. I am also a principal investigator of the GLAM CSI project that was done in 2024. Last year at Wikimania, we did a great set of meetings to give feedback on the technical tool chain that drives a lot of GLAM work in the movement. And I'm here to present some of those results and get your opinions on where to go next. So we really depend on you to be very active in this 25-minute, very short session. Remote folks, we want you to be involved as well. We'll be using Etherpad extensively to get some of your feedback. But I thought what I'd do very quickly is to make sure that you know what the GLAM CSI project is. The GLAM CSI project was funded by the Wikimedia Foundation. Thank you very much to them for recognizing that we were having some struggles in the GLAM wiki movement with tools and technology, and they funded this work last year to capture some of the experiences of our community and to write some user stories to try to capture at least a few of the ways that we are working with GLAM wiki content in the movement. So if you want a deeper understanding of this, you can read the full GLAM CSI report. But what I thought we'd do today is just give you a very quick rundown of the GLAM CSI project's results, but then move very quickly into what we might be able to do to address some of the things that we found in that report. So if you want the full details, this was us last year in Poland, and we had a lot of folks, almost 40, 45 folks in the room to look at some of the issues that we're dealing with. We got a lot of that feedback back, and that has been put into the report. If you go to the GLAM CSI project, you'll notice that we do have what we call these personas now, or these user stories that walk through some typical ways that people work with museums, libraries, and cultural institutions and the Wikimedia movement. So you might have folks doing editathons or running here in Africa a editathon with mobile phones using a tool to tag photos. So you can look more at the report for these details. But our goal today is to make sure that we move beyond that and find out what we can do now that we have these results. If you have never seen this before, I'd like to make sure everyone knows about this as kind of the starting point for a lot of folks looking for the tools that we have in the Wiki movement to work with GLAM content. So this is kind of a master list of all the tools that you might be looking at, and this is found on Wikidata at the linked open data workflow. And every year we find folks who may not know about this master list, and I think this is the best starting point to understand the universe of tools that we have working in the GLAM wiki space. So make sure you know about that chart. So why does this matter? Well, GLAM partners are high impact, high value, and contributors at scale. Right? And we don't even limit it to galleries, libraries, archives, and museums like GLAM stands for. So we think of like-minded partners that have these qualities. They have high impact and contributions at scale, meaning they contribute thousands and tens of thousands of images, for example. And what we found is that we have a very fragile tool chain. Right? Our tech tools are quite fragile, meaning uploads and metadata contributions are facing certain bottlenecks. Right? A lot of these are community contributed, are not really supported. There's an unclear future for structured data. So structured data on commons, where's the progression in how we get better tools to work with that? And then what we call round tripping. How does an organization contribute their data and then get meaningful data back? And how do we have a virtuous relationship with that data moving back and forth between the two sides? There's also the reputational risk of not delivering on promises when we're working and recruiting GLAM partners. I've heard this in the last 6 months, and it's kind of scary, saying that we have people in our movement saying, I'm not sure I want to start talking to a museum right now, because I'm not sure we can deliver on all the things we're saying we can do. And that's kind of sad that we have to, maybe think a second time about whether we want to start some partnerships. So one of the themes of this conference is resilience. So resilience needs a shared roadmap, not just a report. So we're trying to think of some roadmaps here. This is just an example of what we did in Wikimania last year, we start to chart out some of the high priority needs from the results of the report, and we came up with this list. And we're not going to go too deep into this, but I thought it's interesting just to show some of the results. We had this at the last day of Wikimania last year, so some of you might have seen this, some of you might not have seen this. But you can see that we have kind of three main categories of concerns here. One is really, dealing with multilingual content and languages, right? Because we are a multilingual community. We also have issues with training and documentation. So a lot of the needs and asks were like, I know I can do this somewhere, but I don't have good documentation. Or how do I learn from other people? Why can't some other people document what they've done better so I can learn from those things? And then there are the real tools concerns, right? The technical tools to get things done are lacking in certain ways, right? So some of these things might be familiar, but some of these things are doable. Right? If you look at the right-hand side, these are kind of the easiest things we could do, and then on the left-hand side are some of the harder things we could do. And this kind of sifting is what we did last year in Katowice in Poland, and hopefully we can build on some of these recommendations and feedback from the people who were there. All right, so the top findings that we found: batch tools, right? Mass uploads of images, the reliability and maintenance of these tools has been a problem. Structured data on commons, as I mentioned, there's adoption issues here. Are we using it the right way? There's some debates about how many statements we should be adding to images going forward, knowing that Wikidata, for example, has had problems with scale. And then we have issues with metrics and impact tools. So some of these have been failing, and we've been having problems sometimes giving meaningful data to our GLAM partners about how often their images are being used. I mentioned the data sync and round tripping, and then we've had a lot of people come and say, well, how about new formats? We have museums and libraries saying, I've got 3D models, I've got video, I've got all these things. Are you ready for it? Can we contribute it? And a lot of times we have to say, no. Galder's nodding his head. We cannot say yes to a lot of these multimedia advanced types of engagements with GLAM partners. And that's really troubling in many ways, right? After 20-some years of us being, a major force in the knowledge space. All right, so some positives. It's not all negative, it's positives. We have had some success, at least in the United States, with some upload prototypes, working with organizations like DPLA to utilize their upload pipeline. So they have a very advanced way to upload commons images in the thousands and even millions. And for organizations to be able to contribute into that pipeline might be a way to solve this bottleneck with upload tools. There's renewed community energy. I think after last year, Wikimania, we kind of revived more energy into the 3D Telegram group, and now there's a lot more activity with the fabricator tickets to try to move forward with this file format, which there is consensus to do, but the devil's in the technological details, right? GLTF is the agreed upon kind of new 3D format that Smithsonian and all these other folks are looking to contribute, but can we do it? Not right now. And then we also have the Wikipedia workbook. If you haven't seen it, Mary Mark Ockerbloom, who's been a Wikimedian in residence a number of places, tried to put down as much as she knew about being a Wikimedian in residence into a PDF file. So that helps solve some of the documentation issues that we have had over the years. Some of your opinions or views, okay? So feel free to add one or many, but usually when we talk about blockers, you probably want to put something that's quite high priority and high impact, right? So what would you like to have fixed that kind of is blocking your progress or is blocking things that you see with partners for 2026? So that means like over a year, right? Now this could be technical, it could be policy, it could be organizational, it could be documentation, it could be something that you don't even know yet. Just saying, I can't do X, I don't know how to solve this problem. That's fine as well. Know how to solve this problem. That's fine as well. But what I want you to do is go into the Etherpad, and you're gonna go in here and you're gonna start typing as well, so that we could kind of come back to you and either ask you for more information or extra information. But this is what we want to do. Now, are people able to get into it or not? What's that? Yeah, it's all here. Is it? All here. Is it? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Are people able to get in? Yeah, I think they are. I see some people typing in there. So it's w.wiki/ capital E, lowercase x, capital E, capital G, and that should get you to this Etherpad there. And I see some people typing in there, right? So let's answer this one first. For people in the room and people remotely, if you see it, what is the biggest blocker to fix by December 2026? For 2026. We're going to take about 2 minutes to do this. I saw a 5 minutes left sign. I don't think that's true. I think we have 12 minutes, or 13 minutes. That's great. We're seeing some names I haven't mentioned at all, like WikiSite, which is another project related to GLAM. That's great to see. For folks who are not that experienced with these tools, you can go to Wikidata if you want and look at wiki/. And the kinds of tools that we're talking about are all listed here in the linked open data workflow. All right, so we'll take another minute for you to add things here. If you're done, feel free to read the things that other people are writing. This is really cool. Feel free to read the things that other people are writing. This is really cool. Again, only if you're comfortable, feel free to add your name or your organization after the end of it, but only if you want to leave some attribution there. For staff. I'm not sure what that's referring to, but it's good feedback. Use works digitalized on GLAMs on Wikisource. The VRT process should be easier and volunteers should be trained on how to respond. So if folks don't know, the VRT is the volunteer response team. It's kind of like a type of help desk or a request desk that we might be asking museums or libraries to send in proof of rights for things that they're uploading. Thriving structured data on Commons Sparkle, which is not behind a login. We can't upload 3D textured files. Great. Beginner's guide to make this work. A more wiki-adjacent digital archive space. Simplifying guiding videos. That's very nice. Solve the Wikidata scaling issues. Wikicommons query service released with authentication. Adding options for Wikidata items, captioning videos on Commons. Visualize audios. Great. So a lot of different requests here, but a good broad range of things. Now, if we turn our attention to something more narrow, so if we look at not just a year plus, but what is a quick win we can have by the end of this year? This is a harder one to answer, but it might depend on folks who are more knowledgeable about what kind of technical or cultural things we could overcome. But think about it for a second, and we'll give you about 2 minutes here. What is a quick win we can have by the end of 2025? There's not much time left, actually. It's only few months. Think about that and see. I'll give you a minute or so on this one. No, I don't think so. Time is not up. I have 25 minutes, so unless I'm completely wrong, I'm pretty sure it's 25 minutes. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I have till 4:20 or 4:10, right? So, yeah. Okay, so fill in prompt 2. What is one quick win by the end of 2025? And if you want to, you could go back to our list of things that we did here, the kind of ready-made things that jars any idea. Go to number 3, since we have about 5-6 minutes left. Looking at the big and then the smaller tasks that are there, who can help and how? All right, so whether this is yourself, an organization, an affiliate you're involved with, affiliate you're not involved with, like you could recommend someone else to do the work, or a GLAM partner, or an external partner, or someone that you don't know exists yet, but you could propose someone like that. But who in our movement or outside our movement can help and how. And feel free to name names or name organizations here. Okay, so feel free to still work on prompt 2, but we are looking for kind of tangible entities or agents who might be able to solve some of these issues or to address some of these issues in the tools and tech part of the GLAM tool chain. Put in one here. Magnus Musk. Can you copy and paste that 15, 20 times maybe? So. Oh, University of Tokyo, that's good to hear. Actually, that sparks an idea. All right, another 30 seconds to add stuff here, either to prompt 2 or prompt 3, and then we'll go back and review these. And then at any time, if you have anything that doesn't fit into any of these, but you have a great idea or a comment, feel free to put it down here in our sandbox, because usually really interesting things happen or ideas happen in these sessions, but you may not have the right place to put it, but you're welcome to put it down here in the sandbox. Yeah, and you feel free to put other GLAM partners we haven't worked with yet that might be great to work with here. Or even for-profit companies, right? They're not off limits. All right, so we're down to the last few minutes of the session. So what I want you to do now is, we've reviewed them very quickly, but what I want you to do is each person, I want you to, for each section, you have kind of 3 plus signs you can add. So what I want you to do is, you're going to do kind of what we call, check voting here. So if I think this is a good idea, I'm going to put a plus sign right there. And for each section, we're going to give you like 3 plus signs. If you really like something, you can add a 4th one. But I want you to try to limit it to 3, maybe 4 plus signs. And what we're going to see is what ideas here are getting traction or getting support here, right? So I'm certainly a fan of getting Sparkle working on there, and a fan of getting 3D working. So I might put a plus sign there. Okay, so for each section, add a plus sign to things that you think are that you're supporting, that you think are some of the best ideas that are there. But again, if you want to add more than 3 plus signs, you're welcome to do that too. But we want to try to make sure it's meaningful, the plus signs we're adding. All right, so again, for prompt 1, 2, and 3, go in and add any plus signs where you're supporting them. What's that? That one needs more plus signs. Yeah. One to intern for Magnus. That's a cool idea. It looks like Sparkle and structured data is getting a lot of pluses. All right, so we'll give you another 20, 30 seconds to add your plus signs to those areas. Make sure you get to the bottom. I know there's a lot to look at up top, but make sure you get down the bottom for quick wins. And again, even after the session, if you have more ideas for quick wins, please do add them to the list there. All right, so keep adding there. And then what I thought we'd do is make sure you watch the space. I will try to come up with kind of the top 3 in each of these areas, and then possibly tag them with things like, are they tooling, are they policy issues, are they docs, those type of things, and what are the small steps to make progress. But I really appreciate you adding all this information. We have a much shorter session today than we had in Wikimania last year, which was like 3 hours. We have 25 minutes this time, but I think it's still very meaningful feedback that we have. So let's keep talking. These are the ways to stay in touch, right? We have an Etherpad here. We have a GLAM Wiki Global Telegram chat group, which I highly recommend you get into. We have global GLAM calls on a monthly basis. We have the GLAM Wiki conference coming up. We also have another affiliate initiative to form an affiliate related to GLAM called the GLOSS initiative. So thank you for your feedback, and stay in touch, and I need to hand this off to the next group, right? Yes? All right, thank you. All right, do we have a next person?
My name is Alicia Fagerving. I am a developer at Wikimedia Sverige. And today I'm going to tell you a little about a very exciting project that we are currently doing together with some Swedish GLAMs. And what we have learned from it in more general terms about how a successful GLAM collaboration can look like. Collaborating with GLAMs is something that we have been doing for a number of years, pretty much since we started as a chapter. We support museums, libraries, and other institutions in Sweden in their work with free and open knowledge. And as a result, we have a wide contact network in the country and a very nice level of recognition among major cultural institutions in Sweden. And it means that many of the collaborative projects we do are not with completely new partners, but by institutions that already know about us, they know about the Wikimedia platforms, and they trust us, and they reach out to us for help with very specific issues. And an example of this is the project A Network of Places, a 2-year-long project that we are running currently, together with a couple of important Swedish GLAM organizations. The project is financed by the Swedish National Heritage Board. The most important partner is ArkDes, which is the Swedish Center for Design and Architecture. And also support us do the Swedish National Heritage Board's archives, the National Museum of Fine Arts, and the National Museum of Science and Technology, all very important institutions in Sweden. A very general idea of the project is that together we explore how geographical data that these institutions collect and manage can be transformed into linked open data, enabling new perspectives on their collections. And what's special about this sort of project, where we have several different GLAMs, is that they all come with different types of collections, different experiences, but they have a common goal to contribute with their collections to the sum of human knowledge. This is actually a research and development project, meaning that the result is not going to be some uploaded data to Wikidata or some uploaded images to Wikimedia Commons, but there is a much bigger goal, meaning that we want to enable research and application of the newly uploaded data. And we want other institutions, both in Sweden and abroad, to learn from it and to build upon our results and maybe do similar projects in the future. The focus area are buildings with geographical coordinates, because, as I said, our major partner is the Swedish Center for Architecture and Design. We want to build links between different data platforms, like the in-house platforms that the museums have and Wikimedia platforms. We want to see connections between the collections that belong to the different GLAMs, and in this way enable new insights and research possibilities. A big question that both us and our GLAM partners have to ask before embarking on a Wikimedia project-focused collaboration is, why should we take the effort to make the data open in the first place? Because obviously it requires a lot of effort and resources. So why is it worth investing? Well, we want to break down institutional data silos. We want to enable new research possibilities. And last but definitely not least, we want to make it easier for the general public to learn and access that information. The Swedish Center for Architecture and Design has an extensive data set of buildings in Sweden designed by famous architects. And that data collection started many, many years ago. So it's a very large data collection, but it requires extensive cleanup. There are duplicate entries, there are typos, there's basically everything you can expect from something that started in a card catalog a couple decades ago. One of the platforms we are working with is a platform called Kulturnav. It is a bit like Wikidata, used in Sweden and Norway by many GLAM institutions. It is a bit like Wikidata in that many different GLAMs can share their data, such as authority files, and link between each other. But it's not like Wikidata, is that not everybody can edit it. In order to upload posts there, you have to be employed by one of the institutions, and you have to be like an approved user. And Swedish and Norwegian GLAMs have been using this platform for a couple years. So apart from Wikidata, Kulturnav is also very important to them for that reason, which is why it is included in the project. In Kulturnav, there are authority files and posts about different types of data, such as people, terminologies, exhibitions, buildings, and all the data can be downloaded in formats that are compatible with, for example, OpenRefine. Wikidata, in contrast, is much more open. Everyone can contribute. It's multilingual. People from all over the world can both access and improve the data. And the external identifiers in Wikidata make it possible to link between the collections of different GLAM organizations, not just those that participate in the project, but all other GLAMs from all over the world, if they happen to have information about a particular thing. And it is this visibility and openness that makes Wikidata very attractive to many GLAM organizations. They want more people to see their data because more pairs of eyes on the data means errors can be detected and corrected, either by a volunteer user or by notifying the GLAM that has contributed with the data. And last but not least, the CC0 license data on Wikidata can be accessed by developers who want to create interesting applications, which again makes the data interesting since it can be reused in forms that maybe we have not thought about. A very general overview of how we have been working in this project. First of all, the museum selects a particular subset of their data to work on. In the beginning, maybe just a couple hundred buildings in Stockholm, or maybe buildings by a particular architect that they are currently focusing on. And then it is our turn as a Wikimedia chapter. We have experience in providing training and guidance in how to approach work on the Wikimedia platforms. Apart from the Wikimedia platforms, we also teach OpenRefine. And in general, we want the project participants who have expert knowledge about the subject matter to be able to work on the data on their own, because they know what has to be done and they know how to do it, and we just hand them the tools. We teach them about OpenRefine, we provide technical support, but in the end, it is them who are experts on the subject matter. Then they work first to upload the data to Kulturnav, and also, in collaboration with us, to Wikidata. And I must say from my experience, many GLAM professionals learn about Wikidata and OpenRefine very quickly and are able to work independently after a short period of time. And they are very excited about this because suddenly they're like, oh, here I can upload a couple hundred posts to Wikidata on my own. And that means the information that was previously locked in a data silo at the museum now can be accessed and reused by everyone. And at the end of this journey, we have trained a bunch of Wikimedia ambassadors who have not only theoretical knowledge about the Wikimedia platforms and their importance, but also very concrete hands-on experience that they can then share both within their own institution and with other GLAM organizations. Like sometimes I say that the end goal of our work as a Wikimedia chapter is so that we are not needed anymore. In the future, hopefully, every GLAM organization in the world will be knowledgeable and experienced with Wikimedia platforms and able to do this sort of projects on their own. So basically, my goal is to get rid of my own job. As I mentioned, OpenRefine has been an important tool in our toolbox. Many of you have used it, I guess, and more of you, even if you haven't used it, then you might have heard about it. It is an open source piece of software for data editing, enhancement, reconciliation, and Wikidata upload. And reconciliation means basically, I have this row of data in my own data set on my computer, and I want to know which Wikidata item it is. And when you have a couple thousand items, then it would take some time to just type everything in the search box in Wikidata. Fortunately, OpenRefine can do it for you. It can also be used for like data editing, not even in connection with Wikidata. Just the sort of thing that you would maybe use a spreadsheet for, detecting and fixing inconsistency, reformatting, restructuring the data, finding duplicates, and OpenRefine is also great with very large data sets. It is very easy to filter them, to search in them using different criteria and combine them and so on. Someone at some museum, after learning about OpenRefine, they told me, oh, I can't believe I used to use Excel for this task. And as I said, we provided initial training and we provide continued support, but in the end, we want our project partners to feel comfortable to use the software and to teach others about it on their own. One of the projected outputs of this project is that the data on Wikidata can be reused and visualized in an attractive way, in a user-friendly way. So we made a proof of concept for a map application that showcases buildings of architects. It is called Architect Kartan, or the architect map. And it pulls data from Wikidata and from Wikimedia Commons about architects and their buildings. It is a proof of concept, so it doesn't work perfectly. The focus is right now on Swedish architects. And a really great thing that we discovered, since it uses data from Wikidata, it exposes errors and inconsistencies and duplicates and missing dates and everything that is weird with Wikidata, and that encourages, hopefully, people to fix that and add more data to Wikidata. In technical terms, this is a front-end HTML and JavaScript application using Leaflet. It uses Sparkle queries to get all the data from Wikidata, like get me all buildings that were designed by this architect, and also give me the date of birth and death and some biographical facts about this architect. This has limitations because with large amounts of data it can be slow. So we imagine that in the future it could be rewritten with like a back end that caches the data or something like that. But then we will lose this immediacy where any correction you make in Wikidata shows up in the architect map in a couple minutes. Some challenges we've had in our work is that, for one, GLAMs use different systems. They are often quite old. Like some collection management systems, there are things like, oh, how do I export a CSV from this extremely old database? It should be very easy, but it turns out it's not always easy. And as our partners learn new tools, as they learn OpenRefine and Wikidata, they need to be sure that this is actually relevant, that this is relevant to their future work, and that they can put down the time and the money that it requires. And also, as they learn about Wikidata, they discover this is not just about learning what an item is, what a property is, and so on. They also learn the culture, the participatory collaborative culture of the Wikimedia projects. And as a newcomer, maybe you remember, that was quite intimidating. And of course, the data they have is messy. There are strings, there are typos, there are data from analog registers that someone typed with errors. They wonder, is Wikidata reliable? Can we reuse that data? Is it good enough of a platform for us to contribute to it? And of course, a very philosophical question, what are things? How do we model data about buildings and places on Wikidata? A particular example, what is a school? If you look at a Wikidata item of some school that you know, it could be a building, or it could be an organization. In cases of many schools, it's one and the same thing. They build a particular building for this particular school, so far so good. But schools, as organizations, they move. Buildings, old buildings, contain many organizations over time. And this is not something that we can solve because, not just as a couple of people, because there are millions of Wikidata items about museums, schools, all sorts of organizations where the organization and the building are merged. But in general, I don't want to brag, but I've been very happy working with these GLAMs. And some of the factors, I think, that contribute to this is that, one, as a chapter, as I said, we are very well known and trusted. These particular GLAMs, they are not new partners to us. We have worked with them in different projects for a number of years. Furthermore, the project group at the GLAMs is quite small. It makes it easy for us to keep in touch with them, to train them. It is always beneficial if someone in the GLAM project group already has Wikimedia experience, be it Wikidata or Wikipedia or Wikimedia Commons. That always helps because then they can help out their colleagues. We have regular meetings, both formal group trainings, and also we keep in touch all the time. Most importantly, the GLAM has to believe that this is something they want to put their time in, that the Wikimedia platforms are worth investing their time in. And also, one thing that we noticed is that this project became a motivator for our partners to clean up their data, because they noticed, okay, we have to do it anyway to put it on Wikidata. Why not put some extra time into it and look into this very old database that was moved from catalogs some years ago? So regardless of whether we want to work with Wikidata or not, we have to do it anyway. And now we're learning OpenRefine, and it turns out to be a really good tool for this. So they are very happy about it. And we hope that in the end, there will be more data about Swedish buildings and architects on Wikidata. We hope that volunteers will be able to reuse, interact with, improve that data. Most importantly, we hope that our project partners will keep on spreading the gospel of Wikidata and the Wikimedia platforms, because in the end, I think that is the most important thing. And we have about 5 minutes for some questions, if you have any. I actually think I had perfect timing.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Eugene Omani. And when there are discussions or disagreements about entity linking between the authority data to the linked open data, for example, where there is no corresponding class or property data in the LOD linked open data dataset, who makes the final decision, or how to make final decision? Oh, maybe one of the choices is not linking, of course.
Yeah, there have indeed been discussions because learning Wikidata is, as a learning another culture. And I think sometimes it can be intimidating for museum professionals who have been working in their own data silos and made all the decisions. And now they realize they can't because the community decides. The conclusion that we've come to is that Wikidata is not the most important part of their work. They still use Kulturenov, they still have their own databases and so on. So they upload selections of their data and they adjust their modeling to the praxis that is on Wikidata. Because you can't really have one person from a museum in Sweden to just decide, okay, now we're modeling this thing in a completely different way and I don't care what others think.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, another question?
Yes, thank you. I am Jorge. It's a simple question. Do you work one-on-one or do you form groups or institutions to like a network that help each other?
Yeah, in general, as a Wikimedia chapter, we have done both approaches. In this particular case, this is a cross-institutional project. So each of the GLAMs participating have 1 or 2 persons representing them, and together they form a project group, which is really fascinating because they all have different backgrounds, they have different collections, like the Architecture Center has data about buildings, the Fine Arts Museum has old photos and so on. So this is really fascinating because together we work on solving the same problem.
Thank you.
All right. If there is, there's someone.
I am working on the South Asian museum projects, and can we make a Wikidata item for all the artifacts of the galleries? Could you understand the question? That means in a gallery or in a museum, there are thousands of artifacts. Then for each artifact, could we make a data item in Wikidata?
In theory, yes. The relevance criteria of Wikidata is that this has to be an entity that is described by a reliable source. And the source is the museum catalog, which each artifact has its own entry and its own catalog code and so on. In theory, you can. In practice, do you want to? What would you win on this? If it's a historical museum that has 10,000 arrowheads, in theory they are notable, but in practice, you have to decide what is the value. A very diplomatic answer, I know, but I've been through exactly this thing with a historical museum that had 10,000 arrowheads. Half a minute. You can clap for half a minute. Thank you. Thank you so much.
and I like to write about that and do some research. And a lot of us are like this. That's very egocentric to some and self-serving to a large extent. But it's actually nice to see that what we do has an impact, and what we do reaches people we didn't even know existed. I mean, everyone knows people who, you tell them I'm Wikimedian, or they'll be like, oh yeah, I use it every day, blah, blah, blah. But those are people, there are people like you most of the time. But around the world, what Kiwix does is reach out to people that we don't know exist in a way, because they don't have access to the internet. And in this day and age, there's still like 3 to 4 billion people for many reasons. They can't afford it. They're middle of nowhere, no connectivity, or increasingly, actually, the government tells them it's not good for them and their kids, no matter the actual reason. So and because Kiwix has a fair number of users around the world, we get feedback. We get people writing to us, which is cool, and sometimes sending pictures, which is even cooler. So just to give you an idea of what Kiwix does is we compress Wikipedia, all of it, with the images, everything, into, for the English, 100 gigabyte image, which you can store on a regular phone. So banana for scale, SD card on the left, and it has the entirety of Wikipedia. You can literally browse it and be offline no matter where. So let's go through different use cases. So where we started about 15 years ago was we had one of us that was working in Mali, and he had a deal with USAID, and they were like, okay, we're helping schools in the boonies, so please help us make Wikipedia available offline. That'd be kind of cool. The kids would love it, and actually that's what happened. So this is Azogbono, which you can actually meet in the corridors here in Benin, introducing Wikipedia in schools. So I really like that Wikipedia is Kiwix kind of thing. It really made my day when I received it. But other schools would be in Lebanon. Taki is training kids in refugee camps. Or in France, Ubuntu is having Linux distributions for older people, so they get refurbished computers, and they train them to, basic internet literacy. And for those that don't have internet at home, well, at least they have a copy of Wikipedia on their Linux distribution. But you also have larger foundations. So this is Orange. Orange is a large telco. It's actually the largest telco in France, but also in a bunch of countries, mostly in West Africa. And what they do is that they have that program that's called Digital Schools, where they literally build a school. Like they bring the whole thing, they build the walls, they bring the desks, whatever you name it. And they actually found out that it was cheaper for them to get a hotspot and cheap Chinese tablets that they would refurbish every 4 or 5 years than actually buy books. Because books in those climates get old pretty fast. And when it's electronics, people actually care. So they are more careful about using them, and they get the whole program also and Wikipedia. So actually, at this stage, I think there are like 500 to 600,000 kids in West Africa mostly. They also have some in Southern Africa, and they're expanding the program. So it's not anecdotal, far from that. But you also have in Cuba. So Cuba has a program that relies twofold on Kiwix. The first one is that every village has what they call a computer literacy club. So basically a bunch of computers where you can come and do your thing. And they also have a version of Wikipedia that's called EcuRed. So think Wikipedia, but communist. And like literally, if you look at the Wikipedia entry, it says it's a capitalist entity supported by Google, whatever. Their choice, who am I to criticize their neutrality point of view thingy? Irrelevant. But everyone in the country is entitled to access to Kiwix. They also have the real Wikipedia, just in case. Because over there, like an hour of connectivity is $1. And 1 day of work is $1 as well. So you make the equation quickly, you need to go to those computer clubs. You don't connect to the internet, but you got the basics, and that works. Then you got some training, schools. Here, that's the Taipei School of Medicine that did some trainings in Cambodia for students. Again, we can produce subsets of Wikipedia that are centered around Wiki Project Medicine. So only medical articles, very focused. We also have an app, which is translated in 12 languages. The app you can download, install on your phone. It goes offline. You still have your resources. Turns out that we had students writing in from Nepal, I think, saying, hey, I got it from a friend. I never downloaded your thing, but I got it from a friend because it's a zip file, much like you would share a PDF file. and then one guy does it, pays for the cyber cafe download, and then shares it with everyone. We had that in Eritrea as well, where our servers would show one connection, and then some professor wrote and said, you know, we can't afford new books, so we're downloading your version of Wikipedia. Everyone pays $1, so it's actually a business, and we're very happy. Thank you very much. Then there's Ofwa, which are friends from Ghana. If you will meet them as well in the corridors. We are running trainings first in Ghana, but then across more like a trainer-trainers program across all of sub-Saharan Africa. Very successful. I actually had someone coming to me from Zanzibar saying, hey, I've been doing that training, I love it. I was like, oh, cool, I never heard of you, but that is the great part about it. And then you got the remote and rural areas, like places where internet is not supposed to be because there's no one to reach in theory. So that can be refugee camps, not super rural, but definitely no internet. So that would be Libraries Without Borders. They also cater to about 1 million people, sub-Saharan Africa, but also Colombia and Myanmar. Lots in, I forgot the name, somewhere's Bazaar, Cox's Bazar, which apparently is a big place for Rohingyas. In Ecuador, there was a program where they discontinued CRT screens, so you know the big screens, like the one with the tubes, and some enterprising engineer school student decided to plug a Raspberry Pi on it with Wikipedia in Quechua, Aymara, and Spanish, and roll it out in remote countries, in remote communities, so that they would have their own Wikipedia, but also in their own language, because they, of course, are bilingual, but you know, it's always nicer to have it in your home language. This is in Ladakh, so if you're from India, Ladakh is probably the closest thing you can have to middle of nowhere, I suspect. I see people nodding, so I was not far off. Here, it's interesting because they're training kids on English. They use Wikipedia to teach them English. And the first thing that they're looking up when they have access to Wikipedia is like, does the world talk about my valley? Does the world talk about Ladakh? Like in many, many places, that's one regular feature of people interacting with Wikipedia is like, are you talking about me? And they love it. And then they have repeaters, and I have another picture that's actually pretty cool, but it's not here, where they're installing a repeater, and you can see the valley is extending to like the end of what you can see, and there's nobody and no one. So there's like 30 kilometers for a single network to come, and they're beaming Wikipedia to villages in the mountains. Then there's Izok in Kyrgyzstan. This village is about 3 days walk by horse. They got electricity in 2023. And they came with those very nice Elim boxes, which are also Raspberry Pis, with local Wikipedia in Kyrgyz, Russian, and a couple other resources where people can just connect to it with their phone. Same spiel, are you talking about me? And then they use it, you know, as a support for school thing, but very much middle of nowhere, Central Asia as well. Then this is even more middle of nowhere because that's the ice cube neutrino detector that's on the South Pole. So there's one polar base, and it's at the South Pole, and they have movie nights. Of course, a night being 6 months long, that's lots of questions to ask. And they have Wikipedia. They also have Stack Overflow, but that's less fun. They use Wikipedia just to prepare quizzes and not get too bored when it's night. And obviously, the opposite of the South Pole would be the North Pole. So that's Elizabeth Island. We had a pilot from, I think it was Swiss or Air Canada, who was flying over the North Pole on one of his routes, and he said, I had Wikipedia on my tablet because you don't have anything to do. So I'm taking pictures and or reading about features that I can see down below. So that is actually not the North Pole. I checked, it's about 80 degrees north. But the other picture from the North Pole was less impressive. It's just ice. And then the last use case, which is actually a growing use case, so I guess we should be worried about that, or happy that at least they get that, is the case of prisons and censorship. Broadly speaking, you all know that in China, for instance, you can't get access to Wikipedia, so that kind of censorship. There are several programs in the US where they train inmates to learn to code. However, because they're in prison, I mean, that changes depending on the states, but most states, if you're in prison, you don't have access to the internet. So what they do is get a copy. So for them, we produced a subset of Wikipedia that had everything related to computer science, but also Stack Overflow and Python documentation. I mean, all sorts of documentation that they can access offline and get their training. And there's a great video that they made, those from Last Mile. You got a guy with a mohawk, and he's like, yeah, my name is, I don't know, Billy Bob or whatever, and now I'm making $100,000+ a year because I got through that training. And he's teaching kids, like, and the scene starts like, how many of you have family in prison? And they're all like, yeah, me do. And he's telling them that there's a way out, and the way is to learn to code. But the way he went through was to learn offline. When I was mentioning censorship, there's actually North Korea, which is an even cooler thing than China. So China is actually 20% of our downloads. 20% of the Kiwix downloads that we can monitor, so it's not 20% of our users, are coming from mainland China. And in North Korea, what has been happening for the past 8 years, I want to say, 8 to 10 years, is that you have North Korean defectors in the south. They download Wikipedia, but they also download like movies, TV shows, soap operas, the regular, Korean shows that we all watch on Netflix. They go back to China, and then the border between North Korea and China is actually very, very porous for smuggling. So what they do is that they smuggle flash drives, and they lose, so flash drives that you can see here, and they lose them on the street because you got an elite there that has computers, and finding a flash drive there is still like a not thing. I mean, it would be a not thing here, but here I'd be more more careful. But over there, they do like, okay, let's see what's there. And they figured that the best propaganda was not to show counter-propaganda to what the North Korean state would produce, but to actually show them the real world. And Wikipedia is part of that real world. So they distribute actually 20,000 sticks a year. They started with the guy swimming across the Yalu River, and the past few years he bought a drone. So they actually get drone deliveries, and then get someone on the other side of the border, picking up the sticks and then going around and losing them. This, as you can not recognize, is a Google Map picture of the Atomic Energy Commission of France, which, as the name does not indicate, is where they produce and research nuclear weapons. So in that case, it's kind of a voluntary censorship. They are air-gapped, pretty much. They don't have access to the internet, so that Chinese, Russian, or American, or whoever else doesn't have access to their content. But for some reason, they also wanted to have Wikipedia, good for them, other resources. And what's interesting is that the Americans at Sandia Labs in Albuquerque, New Mexico, are also using Kiwix. So we had to go through a whole vetting process of making sure that our software was completely transparent, open, free, blah, 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 and no security breach. And then they were using it as well for their own purposes. We also got in touch with the Indian Nuclear Research Agency, but they were like, no, we're cool, we're actually connected to the internet. So I guess they feel safer. I don't know. I don't know about the Chinese and the English, but I'd be very curious. And that was it for a small tour. I miss a lot of use cases because people don't always send pictures. So if you are using Kiwix or deploying Kiwix, for instance, you have a farm in Namibia and you can show me pictures of kudus, I would take it. But in the meantime, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer. No questions? And then a question. Yes, John. Okay, first question. Okay, let's go for the question first. And then for the question, these guys have a comment. Okay, John.
Nice. Okay. No, my comment is what amazing the possibilities are. So it's a really big project, and the possibilities are infinitum. So did you hear about the project of put some material in USBs in the walls all across the world? They put the memory in the wall, so the USB, the drive, and anyone can connect with the laptop with the coordinates, and they put encrypted or information for that one. So, did you know about the project? Or
yes.
Can you comment a little bit? Thank you.
So I think it's a great project. It's really cool. Habib Meni, that you will meet in the corridors as well, was one of the first ones to do it in Tunisia. And then the government asked them to stop because they felt it wasn't too secure. They weren't too happy, like, new tech, we never know.
Exactly.
But there is, I wouldn't plug a random USB flash drive into my computer, but conceptually it's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Unless I'm in North Korea and I don't know any better, but
Thank you. Just remember that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Then there was a question.
Sorry, not very deep. I'm from New Zealand and they call us Kiwis. I was wondering how you got your name for the product.
So once a year, we got someone from New Zealand asking us about Kiwix, why the name Kiwix, which is an excellent question. And then, depending on their character, they get very angry or very happy about the answer. The fact is that we started doing Wikipedia offline. So Wiki does Kiwi, and then we just put an X for shits and giggles, but it's totally unrelated to New Zealand. We do have a gentleman from New Zealand who contacted us saying,
to update into the hard drive without internet. Thank you.
So the short answer is no. The longer answer is that you think of the DNA, unpack it, and then generate your protein, and then repack it, and then you got your DNA thing, your chromosome back in shape. Kiwix kind of works that way, except that you want to do this on a regular cell phone. Like to generate the entirety of Wikipedia as a zip file takes about a week on the Wikimedia Foundation servers, which we are using. So loads of compute, and definitely not something you should be able, you can do at this stage on a phone. We have a proof of concept around this, like working by bits and pieces, but at this stage, no, it's not possible. On the other hand, when you're at the stage where you have, say, 1 million or 7 million articles, maybe 5,000 articles that everyone's looking at, because they're the big ones, I don't know, quickly, and then there's like 5 guys that are checking out results of Major League Baseball 1968, which you can also find on Wikipedia, I'm pretty sure. So, but then those 5 guys, yes, they'll be at a loss if they're looking for the update for 2025-26. But on the other hand, if they're looking for an update on what happened on World War II between 2 copies of Wikipedia a year apart, I don't think the difference really matters. So that's okay. We have people coming once a year, like very much scheduled regularly, and they download their content and they're happy with it. There's a guy who started actually with a DVD version 15 years ago, and he's actually a sailor. He's on a boat. So yeah, we do have lots of boat people. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Victor. Yeah, my question is related to his in terms of how you measure impact or how people are interacting with the content or the modules for Wikipedia or those offline modules, because I have a school I'm supporting in South Sudan. I took an offline internet in a box with Wikipedia and all those resources. And for the last 1 year, I have not been able to access them. And I don't know what is happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a very good question, because impact at the end of the day is whether you should continue to do what you do or not. So there's 2 ways to measure impact. There's the way people use it. So Internet in a Box, I don't know, but on the Kiwix box, we have a tool to measure the number of times a given user is reading Wikipedia. So at least you know it's being used. But then what's more important, and that's not us that does it, but people that are on the ground. So we have no one on the ground in those countries. Yes, I have 3 minutes left, thank you. But we work with their homework, and their homework is not to say, okay, let's see how many times they access Wikipedia, but is there a difference between people that access Wikipedia and those who don't? And they noticed there was a slight increase in school results, about 5 to 8%, depending on the regions. but attendance would also increase. Because at the end of the day, when you're middle of nowhere, be it South Sudan or somewhere else, having the world sometimes talking about you or your place on your screen is kind of magic, and it drives people to attend school just for the gamification of it. It literally is like that. It's gamification. So you get increased attendance, and of course, if you go more to school, there's good chances you get better at it. But that's the thing you should measure, not how many times they check Wikipedia, but like what's around it, like if they come more often, or if the results from one year to the other are better. 1 minute left. Okay, well, I won't force you. I thank you very much. I hope it was entertaining, and it gave you reasons to contribute. Oh yeah, and by the way, I put a bunch of stickers, QX stickers for those that are into the thing on the table at the end. Yes?